Like this.
Good morning, everybody. We're back here at the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. It's day 3, moving day, as we're going to bounce out of the round robin. We've just got a little delay, just letting all you know that there's a bit of a delay. There might be an event going on here in Quebec, as it's possibly delayed some of the players, so we will keep you updated as we find out more information, so feel free to just stand by. Hopefully we'll get some great snooker action coming to you shortly. Thanks, everybody.
He just told me to try the tip. I get that. Oh. No, what? Not favorite. No, Brazilians are here. No, there's 2 different rooms.
Oh, here's
2 different rooms.
yeah, there's a big guy.
No, the other room is in here. About 5 minutes out. Yeah, Lucas never showed up in front of you. Like,
They start two friends.
no, I'm not.
It's best of 3.
Guys, get started.
Oh, oh. Party boys, listen. Part 2.
No respect. You do the same.
Please.
You see. You would divide. You right here. It's okay.
Yep.
Kevin, huge traffic jam.
Frank's over, you want. You want to play, I'm like, let him hit a couple balls. I didn't have a choice. I really didn't. I thought, no, I gotta get simple stuff. No, you got work to do. He went to bed. I go, oh, I gotta do some catch up, right? And go like this. I guess I'm going to bed. So I gotta do it after. TV was still on, like, right. Saturday. Going as soon as possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. It's day 3, moving day. We're going to come to a conclusion of the round robin and potentially have the first round of the knockout today, so still lots of great snooker. Unfortunately, some players are going to be going home, but some will be moving on, inching closer to get that elusive 2-year pro card. We're at La Bande de Coin Club in Saint-Lambert, Quebec, a wonderful facility. It's David Burney in the booth. We're happy that you're all tuned in wherever you're finding us. We've got a fun match here. Tommy Collins coming via Michigan, USA, against Cristiano Galesi from Brazil. Looking to be a fun best-of-3 match. Lots riding on this one. Both players are doing quite well in their group. And they're just getting their scoreboard all set up. Obviously, we just heard from Cristiano why we're a little bit late starting, as there's a huge traffic jam out there. So he had a little trouble. And tournament director Kevin Patrick is a bit lenient Obviously, there's some things that the players just can't control. So it's great that Cristiano could make it. And here's Tommy Collins to break off frame one. Let's see what can happen here. First morning matches are always a little bit tough to get the mind going. Gotta brush away the cobwebs of the early morning matches. Cristiano actually was on this table yesterday. This is the first time Tommy's been on the table, so hopefully a lot of his friends from Michigan are tuning in. Tommy is the son of the great Tom Collins. Players in a month's time down in San Gabriel, the U.S. players will be battling for at the U.S. Nationals the Tom Collins Trophy. Very clever shot there by Tommy. Might have given a little bit of hope. It's our path by the brown for this red. I don't think the potting angle's there, but if Cristiano can just hit it thinly off the right side, we could hit it a bit more fuller than I thought. Obviously, these players have the best vantage point. I'm about 15 feet away from the table in the booth. Obviously, these camera angles are just sometimes tough to see all the full angles and exposure of object balls. Do have a live active chat on the channel, so feel free to tune in if you have any comments or questions. We had some good debates about all Q sports yesterday. It's very active. Let's keep it polite, keep it positive as well. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a global game. As in this PABSA championship, we got players coming from Brazil, Canada, and the US, and hopefully we can continue to expand that into other countries in the region. Last year in Rio at this great championship, we had a couple players from Mexico, which is great to see. Obviously, with such a large region and the cost of travel, it can be quite expensive. So we're happy that all the players have traveled near and far to make this tournament a success. So there's a good chance for Tommy here. He's got a long red open. The black is open to the top left corner. Tommy was telling me before he came up for the championship, had a little issue with his hand, so he's talking to his doctor. His doctor employed that he might need a little bit of work on that hand just to fix it up, as Tommy's a glass expert. That's his vocation. Besides snooker, he works on storefronts, so he needed that hand working for his job, but he was saying it was affecting a little bit of his snooker game, but things seem to be looking quite well for the American, as I believe he is atop the group and Cristiano is closely behind, so a lot of importance on this match. The top 3 players of each group will be moving on to the knockout phase. Maybe a little extra bit of lumber here. You're probably going to have to get a mini butt or telescopic extension on his cue. It's nice at Le Band de Coin. The rest that they have, the typical rest that are at the ends of each table, they've invested in the telescopic ones so they can make them short and long at a moment's notice. All the tables are equipped with this equipment, as players need to be proficient and need to have all the tools at their leisure. Came just a bit too high for that black there, but he does have red into the right middle. Those middle pockets again, wreaking havoc for all players that come to this TV table. There's a pressure, obviously. There's no easy shot on a snooker table. I don't think Cristiano has got the cover on this red to the left corner pocket. It's tough to tell about those reds by the right. Does that block the path for the black? That top right corner pocket that Tommy will be looking at afterwards as the pink has run out of commission. again, yes, those middle pockets. Maybe just a lapse in concentration. He's having a wry smile to himself there. He's not too happy. Maybe just that might wake him up a little bit. He's got to calm his nerves. He's probably running a little bit behind as he was stuck in that traffic jam this morning, so. You want to be a cool customer when you're at the snooker table. And definitely when you're feeling you're behind, when it's out of your control, the heart starts racing a little bit. Because it's only a best of 3 match. Obviously, getting the first frame is of utmost importance. But you're really in the driver's seat. Put your opponent back up against it. Tommy not wanting to chance anything early. But a big open area there for Cristiano. He's got to get the pace. Since we don't have referees, I did the pack, not that red, so that's punched out. Looks like it's in a great potting position for Tommy. Just going back to that, we don't have referees at the table, so the players are in charge to ref themselves. So in those snooker situations, both players must agree. Didn't go. Those reds were blocking it. Tommy just a little happy with himself there. Thought that it went, so an opportunity for Cristiano. Cristiano actually is quite an accomplished composer. Plays a lot of music down in Brazil. So definitely feel free to check out what he's up to. His name down there, Cristiano Galesi. Give him a YouTube search. See what kind of great music he puts together. He's hopefully to be a skilled composer here, using his cue as his batons and orchestrating reds with colors to fall at a dramatic rate. Unfortunately, he's just come out of position here. Paul Danino being a little early morning antics. No, Ronnie O'Sullivan is not playing in this tournament. This is an amateur tournament, but the winner of this tournament could get a chance to play Ronnie O'Sullivan at some point, as a 2-year card is up for grabs. Every snooker player's dream when they pick up that cue is someday to head over to mainly Britain, but now more tournaments are starting up in China. And it's expanding. Hopefully the tour can be a little bit less British centric. Just early morning blunder as Fabinho from Brazil will achieve that dream of walking down those famous Crucible steps in Sheffield come early May, as he'll be participating in the World Seniors Snooker Championship, as he was victorious in this PABSA Senior Snooker Championship a few days ago. He's left a chance for this red. The 4 in the middle, the one that's out on the open, does go to left middle. Nice. Cannon into the yellow to hold the cue ball to be the right side of the blue. Mention the right side of the blue is he's got a little bit of angle that naturally will take him down to the business end of the table and hopefully continue this break. Got the cannon into the reds, open them up. Just unlucky that he didn't get a good spread. So let's turn it into a messy table here. Yeah, this initial frame has just got a little sloppy. My reds on the cushions, converging towards that top right corner. So Cristiano just struggling a little bit. Hopefully he can settle his nerves just after that Probably rush start. In a few moments' time, he should be able to settle, and hopefully he can get into this match. Unfortunately, this frame is a little messy, just how those balls are up by the top right cushion. Wow, what a shot there. Greatly done by Tommy, putting that red into the top left corner. I thought he was going to size it up for the middle pocket. Wonder if he takes on this brown blind cut. Makes it tricky, but it shoots him down table. He's put his cue ball tight to the ball cushion. Tricky for Cristiano to do anything with it. Obviously, a small area on the cue ball. Kind of cueing down on it. Doesn't want to put any unwanted side on it. And he's left a red to the top right. Black ball's out in the open. Still, it's tough to really put a substantial break together. And he just wanted to be a bit higher on that black. Fortunately, if he does have a red down in bulk, if he does take the blind cut, but that is very tricky. It has a long green into its own pocket. Previous shot, I don't know about Tommy. His opponent seemed like he was reeling a little bit. Thinking that long green on wouldn't have been the end of the world. So Cristiano's come up with a good red. He's able to clear up this green and maybe hold for the red into the other bulk corner pocket. Oh, and it's not there. Obviously the word snooker it is a defensive term, but as the great Cliff Thorburn said, you can't win without potting balls. So I wonder if that miss will just signify to Tommy that his opponent is struggling. Maybe it's time to be a little bit more aggressive and take on a few more pots than he'd like. But Tommy's missing as well. Both players just struggling to find a little form early morning here. In day 3 this 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. This yellow blocks the path for this red into the left middle. So there's the black for the top left corner pocket. Well, the mess is getting cleared up. Slowly reds are coming away from that top right corner. This red is on for Tommy. Just does a little bit of rising up as Tommy comes through with his cue. So you want to keep that head down for a prolonged amount of time, even after the cue has gone through the cue ball. Good practice to get in. That's the great Steve Davis, 6-time world champion. When he was starting out, he had the practice routine. The first one that you should do if you ever pick up a cue is put your cue ball on the brown spot and run it up table over the blue, pink, and black spot. Just keep running that to make sure you're hitting center ball as well. I believe a gentleman in the room that he was playing at would put a cue on top of his head just to make sure he stayed down on the shot. Didn't pop up at all. This might be given a chance to Cristiano. It just could have done with rolling a few more inches, but we've got a small amount of space from cue ball to object ball. Makes the shot a little bit easier. Oh, it's gone wrong for the American. Cristiano can't capitalize on that mistake of just the red sitting in the jaws. That is a colossal breakdown. Yeah, I think at the beginning of this great tournament back in 2019, there might have been one or two that just had strong ability, just a step above all. And as it grows and grows and grows, this great event, the talent level is just going to increase As people are going to see what the players are like, the caliber, and they're going to be practicing a lot more, as they'd like to take the title either in the Open Championship that we're in or the Seniors that plays just before this event. Definitely as the events grow, hopefully we can get more great people behind the scenes. You know, players would love the ability to have referees and scorekeepers really take their mind off all that other stuff that they need to deal with and just concentrate on playing. So we were very fortunate down in Rio last year, as there were referees on all tables, and the referees were in charge of the scorekeeping as well. It's great to see the hospitality down at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. It's impeccable. A lot of us made great friends down there and enjoy seeing their smiling faces up here in Saint Lambert, Quebec. Sure, and hopefully tournament directors as well, more commentators, more streaming producers can help out. You know, we do have a really great dedicated team behind the scenes, but it is quite a skeleton crew. Obviously the tough part about being in the Americas, there's so much space to travel. It almost as there's little pockets of snooker action. As Quebec has been a bit quiet. Hopefully this will inspire a little bit of change. Obviously Southern Ontario around the Toronto area is surging quite a lot. Great number of players there. Just quite seen in Winnipeg, Calgary, and Vancouver. Those various cities across Canada. Seattle's got quite a good scene going on there. Same with St. Gabriel, where the site of the U.S. Nationals will be. Interesting talking to Bob Hemnani, who comes from New Jersey. He's letting me know that there's not much tables around. It's really hard pressed to find a snooker table, but slowly and slowly, I think more and more tables are becoming available. So as Mark McIntyre comes to us from Cooperstown, he was letting me know that it's about a 2-hour drive for him to the closest snooker table, and there's only one, and the cost is $60 an hour for table time plus a 1-drink minimum. We've got a good contingency of Americans here, but hopefully this great event will inspire more and more players. As we do understand, there is a 10-city tour in the U.S. that falls under the USSA. So it's great to see that events are popping up more and more. It's going to inspire people to practice, but obviously seeing it and putting these pictures up on the stream, they're going to inspire youngsters as well. Tommy with a 30-point advantage here in this first frame, 37-7, 51 points on the table. Good morning, Newt Wales. Thanks for tuning in. Newt, a longtime viewer and a friend of Tommy Collins. Throwing big support his way. That's what we like to hear. Not sure if we have any Brazilians on the stream. The composer, Cristiano Galesi, is up against it, just struggling to find a bit of form. He was a bit delayed coming in, but wasn't penalized, as it was out of his control. It's be a big event happening here in the Belle Provence. It is Friday. We're getting close to the weekend. When it comes people traveling, coming and going, as in Canada, it is the Thanksgiving weekend. Glad you're taking time to tune into this great action. It's on Thanksgiving Sunday. We will find out who's going to get that fancy 2-year card on the World Snooker Tour. It definitely was a shock last night. All of us pretty much fell out of our chair when we heard that, and no disrespect to Alfred Tinger, who's a doctor coming to us from New York, but Alfred beat Victor Sarkis, who did win this tournament a few years ago to qualify and get the 2-year card. So you just never know. That's why we enjoy the game and sport in general, as upsets can happen. Everything is unpredictable. Well, it's true, Newt. Tommy loves this game. His dad was heavily involved, Tom Collins. I'm pretty sure Tommy wouldn't mind getting this frame and match done and dusted, because his beloved Tigers are playing 2 nights in the American League Division Series. So big baseball fan, obviously coming from America. It is their pastime. Don't think the in-off is here, but just putting a bit of striking down just to take away that potential of in-off into the middle pocket with his cue ball. And Brown is just sitting poised in the green pocket, ready to just be tapped in. We just evaluated any other color ball, maybe, just because he's probably going to be coming cushion first, glance out the brown and coming off the other cushion, and hopefully to get onto the other red, but hit that straight on and hasn't got nowhere near the next red. So $36 in it and 35 on the table. So Cristiano does need a snooker if he wants to win this first frame. Balls are in messy spots, only the brown on its spot. And that's taking red with the blacks. So black in a tough position. Not incredibly tough, but always you like the black to be on the spot. That's one of the big practice exercises that the players do. Just put the black on the spot and continuously pot it as many times wherever the cue ball ends up. The internet, a great resource if you're struggling to find a practice routine. Obviously, hone in on something that you want to improve, whether it's your break building, your safety play, your long potting. There's a lot of good practice exercises that people have publicized on the internet. Well, he's got a nice cue ball, rather tight to the ball cushion. Sometimes when it's tight like this, with your back bridge hand, maybe just with your looped grip there, just push it a little bit forward so you're kind of shooting down. But in that technique, you're probably not going to miscue at all. It's a nice little tip that our good friend David Putty told me once. But as well, it also comes down to comfort. Great long pot there by Tommy. Yeah, sometimes we scratch our heads wondering why a player took on a certain shot. And sometimes it's just comfort. They know their game in and out. They're playing their percentages. But as well, sometimes they just have a mind gap and just don't even take the right shot on. It's tough because there's a lot of things going on. They say it's a thinking person's game, but you don't want to think too much. And that's an easy concession there by Cristiano. So Tommy Collins from the great state of Michigan, lives just outside of Motor City in Detroit, has taken this first frame by a scoreline of 43-7, and we'll be right back with frame 2.
You want it?
And welcome back, everybody. Cristiano Galesi of Brazil has broken us off to get frame 1 going. Unfortunately, can't into that blue and pushed it to the side cushion. Ooh, that might be a bit costly. The dreaded double kiss. Neat Wales, I did not know that there were 4 Canadians on the Tigers. It's good to see. Myself, personally, I'm a big supporter of the Chicago Cubs, but obviously they didn't make the playoffs this year, so I looked how the playoffs are going, and I visited the Motor City once. Great history with the Tigers. And probably one of the best players to ever play the game, as in Ty Cobb. tough, hard-nosed player. Just recently read his biography. And it's interesting, there's a biography that came out just after Ty Cobb passed away. And the gentleman, like, his name is eluding me, but took quite a lot of liberties, actually. Painted not the greatest picture of Ty Cobb. Really sounded like he was a real mean fella, but he was just intense. So I believe the recent biography, War on the Base Pass, a biography of Ty Cobb. Good read. But there's a plethora of great books actually on the game of snooker. So we're in Canada, in Quebec, where Mordecai Richler lived. He loved the great game. And his book on snooker, a fantastic read. Many great stories of the players, just gives a little insight. So I do remember one great anecdote they wrote about a fan favorite here in Canada, Cliff Thorburn. Cliff was running up and down the countries in America, or counties in America, hustling here and there, north and south of the border. And he was down in Texas one day, and he's in a pool hall. He's playing with a gentleman, kind of hustling him a little bit. And the one gentleman was like, "So, what do you do around here?" And Cliff was saying, "Well, you know, I work at the gas station on 3rd Street." And the guy's like, "You do?" And "I don't think you do." And Cliff's like, No, over on 3rd Street, I think it was maybe an SO or something like that. The guy's like, I'm sure you don't work at that gas station." But then Cliff got kind of animated and was like, I do work at that gas station. And then finally the gentleman was like, "You do not work at that gas station because I own that gas station." So the jig was up. But, very interesting game. I think at one point there's Playing for Keeps. That's a good story on aforementioned Cliff Thorburn. And Playing for Keeps, Cliff had mentioned at one time, Cliff famous for his mustache. He actually shaved his mustache once, just to play the hustle game. Oh, great long pot there by Tommy. As well, Brendan Cooper, Deep Pockets. I highly recommend that book. Really gets into the philosophical side of the game of snooker. A great chapter where he gives all the balls on the table. Great characters, a little fun little thing. Had the chance to meet Brendan Cooper in Sheffield last year. Great lad. Black Farce and Cue Ball Withers. Another great book written by the late, great Clive Everton. You know, just a few weeks ago, we lost a great ambassador, a man that just devoted his life to this great game. The editor for 51 years of the Snooker Scene magazine. Great commentary. Pretty much when you think of snooker, it's hard not to think of Clive Everton. We know you'll be missed, but your mark on this game is impeccable. Just a fantastic commentator, well versed in language, and used it effectively to paint wonderful pictures for us viewing at home. Snooker for Life. I mentioned a few books. There's On Snooker by Mordecai Richler. There's Playing for Keeps. That's a book about Cliff Thorburn that he wrote with actually Clive Everton. Black Farce and Cue Ball Wizards is a book by Clive Everton. And also biographies. Me and the Table, Stephen Hendry's biography. That's a real fun read. There's a couple of Ronnie O'Sullivan biographies and Jimmy White. They're giving some insight to the players. Luke Edwards, and just the title of the book is eluding me, but it's written about Patsy Houlihan, and Patsy was a phenomenal player, but he's a player you never heard of, as there was a lot of difficulty to get into the game way back, and it just was a great illustration of his struggles. But everyone that played or come across Patsy's path knew that he was just a phenomenal player and should have been on the pro scene, but just the politics sometimes become a problem. Yeah, Newts, Ty Cobb might not have been a great dinner guest. I think just maybe his intensity. I know my mind has changed a little bit on the Georgia Peach after reading that book, War on the Base Path. I just feel like he came and he played the game hard, played with ferociousness, and sometimes that could have been rubbed people the wrong way. So there was a issue once where people know he ran into the stands and started to attack a spectator. And that's on first. You read that like that just sounds wild, but not realizing that there's a lot of insults and things that were thrown towards Ty Cobb's way, and I think he did his best to hold it in as long as he could, and then at one point he had enough. We all have our breaking points. Definitely Tommy's going to want to get that black out of there. Pink's rather tied up. We might be able to take that to the top right corner. Just let it stun this red into the right middle. Maybe draw it back just a little. Ooh. So that great red, the pink just doesn't drop for Tommy. Also heard that Dave Hendon, great snooker commentator and the host of the Snooker Scene podcast, a great little fan forum show there. As he answers a lot of questions from all the fans throughout the world. He's working on something, as I hear, so I'm excited to see when that hits the shelves. Definitely be on my radar to give a read. Dave, a really stand-up chap. Got the chance to meet him a couple times over in Sheffield. Really knowledgeable about the game. Been around it for quite a while. Probably one of the best commentators they have out there now. Looks like that's not going to come back. It's got to run. Just come a little short. So we'll take a look at cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com is a great resource. Click on the Open Snooker 2000 PABSA tab, the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship tab on that website. You'll be able to find results from all the matches here, see where your favorite players stand in the group stage, And as well, all our tables in here are equipped with tablets that people are keeping live scores on. So you can see how your favorite player is doing if they are actually in a match. We did have little issues in the Seniors Championship. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the Open Championship. It's great, that technology that we have. But at times when it can stutter a little bit, it makes us all a little frustrated and a few hairs are pulled out. Nice, well-judged pace out there by Tommy. Definitely, snooker had its big boom in the 80s. Obviously, will we ever get back to that explosion as the 1985 final between Dennis Taylor and Steve Davis had over 18 million viewers in England. So, will we see a boom again or just a continuous rise of the game? That's up in the air. But to capitalize on that boom, a great little film that the BBC produced, the Rack Pack, kind of taken off of the old Rat Pack from America, but the Rack, R-A-C-K, Pack. Really fun movie, an insight into the scene in the 80s, really focused obviously around the rivalry between Alex Higgins and Steve Davis. Higgins, quite the showman, always ready to please the crowd, really actually helped the game tremendously. We do owe a great gratitude to Alex Higgins. You know, he played it with a flair that no one had seen before. And Steve Davis just loved the game. Obviously, deep down, I think really enjoyed Alex and was appreciative of what he did. Didn't have a beef with him. But Alex, deep down, Alex wanted to win. It was just, found it so tough. Steve was just a formidable opponent. Steve put in the time. He practiced hard. Most of the players thought he was a robot. He wouldn't mingle with the players too much. Obviously, some players sometimes away from the table would enjoy the nightlife, shall we say, a little bit. Steve rather, play in an arcade. But fun movie, The Rack Pack. I highly recommend it for any fan of snooker. Been a nice little break here by Tommy, starting to warm up a little bit. And good time. Don't mind the whitewash. Obviously with these best of three, if you're able to take it 2-0, it's a lot easier on your brain as going into decider. It's pretty much anyone's match. Those middle pockets again. So Cristiano, it looks like he has a relatively easy starter. Red, maybe can he run through to be on the pink of the opposing top corner pocket? Oh, no, a different red and oh, he hasn't got the snooker, obviously, because there's a red right behind his cue ball. But he was just paying attention to the scoreboard. So in this round robin phases, that's what the players are instructed to do. The striker that's at the table is to spot their own color balls when they get pocketed, and the opponent, when they're off the table, is in control of the tablet, keeping the updated scores. So Tommy just missed that little delicate shot run up to the pink of Cristiano's. So Came back from his duties at the tablet and was curious what was happening. Where's his opponent? Didn't realize he had taken that shot. I know in our schedule we have the 11 o'clock matches. There's Sahil Nair and Daniel Holoida. I think if we can get that one on the TV table, we'll be really excited. As those two battling tough. They're in the group of death, as we've liked to call it. So you also have Chekian Kwan and Jason Williams. So there's four players that easily could be the top of a group. Unfortunately, one of them's going to be going home. Tommy has a little shot to nothing here with that red that's just below and to the right of the pink. It's just a little too thin on it. First glance, obviously it looked fortunate enough that those reds were blocking the path to the corner, but this other red is just shot out to be fairly elementary to put into the middle pocket. Although we have seen those middle pockets spit out balls. But Cristiano making sure it's going to go into the bottom of the pocket there. Good angle on the green to come back down table after it goes into its own pocket. Things are spaced out there. Unfortunately, pink and black are a little bit in trouble. Decided to take the brown instead. And Pizza Pava, bom dia, good morning. Glad that you're tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the great snooker action. Nice effort by Cristiano. Had the idea, took on the right red to come back for the pink. Unfortunately, the red didn't find the bottom of the pocket, and he's given the advantage to the American. Cristiano gets burned again by those middle pockets, but it was tough bridging as he had his hand all over that green pocket. Just 8 points in it and 59 on the table. It's frame 2 here. Tommy Collins with a 1-frame advantage. It's a best of 3 match, so just needs one more to achieve victory. But the Brazilian Cristiano Galesi trying to force us into a decider. It's a little tough when your opponent can make great shots like that. Tommy could just push this blue into the left middle. Trying to get the brown to get position on this red that's near the top right corner. This is definitely shaping up to come down to the colored balls. We see it so often in the amateur game, as this is an amateur tournament. All the players are amateur. Obviously Victor Sarkis was on the tour, but his 2-year card has elapsed as he won this tournament a few years ago. He's definitely got to be one of the favorites. Fabino, that won the seniors, he's obviously a contender as well. Oh, he's just fortunate to come by that brown. Cristiano almost snookered himself. That's a little cross double there by Tommy, obviously playing it with an element of safe. It goes in, happy man. If not, obviously there's some distance here. Just rattled in the jaws and spat out. And the chance for Tommy. It's a long red. Using pretty much 11 feet 11 inches of table to put this red in. Well, Tommy plays hard-nosed snooker. He's got the snooker there. Some other players you might see that have that 1-frame advantage, you might have cut that yellow into its own pocket and tried to come down for the red. Probably going to come back. Could be in trouble here. At least he only gave up 4 penalty points, but he's left a red on in the open for Tommy. Another long red. Yeah, 7 points in it. And we're into the colors after this shot from Tommy. Just roll it to the brown ever so gently. Wow, took on that brown. Interesting. Tommy was aired on the side of caution, it feels like, in this frame, but closed the gap to only 3 points with 27 on the table. Power of a snooker player, you got to be able to switch offense to defense at a moment's notice. Yeah, he's putting the chalk down there to mark it, which is not against the rules. However, I don't know why he's going that way. I thought maybe he'd go the other way. Just the black obviously isn't a problem. Good hit. Put it safe. Serenity of Mind Project. That's a nice handle. There are going to be 24 players that are going to qualify. There's 8 groups in this round robin, and the top 3 from each group move on. And how it works out as the number 1 seed gets a bye. 2 and 3 position players will be thrown into the first round of the knockout. I believe that's a best of 5 matches. It's to be determined. Obviously, our tournament director hasn't released any of that information yet, as he's just got to evaluate and keeping the best interest of the tournament going. And sometimes some matches need to be trimmed in a little shorter. However, so that's how we get there. So the 2 and 3's battle, winner of those face the number 1 seed, and after that we get into the quarters, semis, and finals. Tentatively, the 16 quarters and semis are scheduled for 4 best of 7s, and the final is a best of 9. But definitely stay tuned all weekend long as we're on PABSA's YouTube channel. Some great action here at the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. David Burney's in the booth. Happy that you're all joining us. It's the early mornings here in Quebec. We're at a great facility, Le Ban de Coin, in Saint-Lambert, Quebec, just outside of Montreal on the other side of the St. Lawrence River. Little raise of the hand there. Fluke for Cristiano. He put that yellow into those pesky middle pockets, but he might just be getting behind the blue here. Ooh, and it popped out just a... Just a little aggressive. Just wanted to be a little.
Asante. I need him to win. I think. I don't know. But you always know the scenarios.
I'm not saying anything. Go play.
I'm already up. Am I already up?
So he's just got to be mindful, obviously, of the in-off. He can hit the left side of the
Well, I do have.
green. We might be able to get by it and hit full ball.
No for getting out.
Not sure if he has the snooker there, but he's definitely put the green in a safe position. So just 5 little points in it, 25 on the table. And Cristiano might not need the pink or black to get us to the snooker's required stage. That's just how those balls are. Tommy might find some salvation to play a snooker. Got away with that double kiss, and that's how to result. Put that tight to the top cushion. Ooh, once again, Cristiano just trying to hit that green and roll tight to the blue, and it's come up a bit strong. It's given a potting chance here for Tommy Collins.
Oh, okay. Thought it was seen.
Oh, he was going to be plumb on that brown. Cristiano's got to have a good shot here. This green to left middle's got to come up and down table to get onto the brown. Well, he's brought the black out of play with that missed green. Missed it by quite a bit, actually. Hello, Katarina Zina from Holla, or Holla from Poland. My apologies. We're hoping that possibly this match ends at a good time, that we can get Daniel Holla on the table again. Had a great match last night. Really appreciate you turning in, as it was about 4:30 in the morning back in Warsaw, Poland. But you're doing the best as a proud mother, cheering on your young son. It was very laissez-faire last night after the match where he was talking. He was like, I'm not really concerned what seed he's in. He just wants to get to the knockout phases. That's a whole different game. Hung Chung, hello. How are you? Oh, glad that you're tuning in. This is our first match of day 3 here, moving day. As the round robin will come to a conclusion. And depending on how the matches go today, we'll see if we can get into the first round of the knockout phase. Wow, what a pot there by Tommy. That's a real confidence booster, and this frame and match is definitely there for him for the taking. Just got to settle his nerves. How often do we see that? One great pot, and then you wonder who was that guy. As misses on the next shot. Needs the pink, Cristiano, so. He's giving himself a great chance. Being a right-hander, he's all right. There it is. So Cristiano takes this second frame by a scoreline of 47-30. We've got a decider coming up. Exciting action here at the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. Frame 3 right after this. And Tommy has returned to the table from his comfort break, and we're going to be set to get underway in this deciding frame. Started a little later than usual today, so it was a big traffic jam. I guess maybe a lot of people coming and going. It's Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. We're in Saint-Lambert, Quebec, at Le Bain de Coin facilities. Great room. 12 snooker tables, about 10 8-ball tables, and a great staff here making everyone feel at home. A lot of people have traveled from far off places, as far as Brazil. I've come across country all the way from Vancouver, and we're glad that you all are tuning in wherever you are in the world. It's great to see our friend the Snooker Shed over there in Scotland. I believe you're still over there, hopefully. Some decent breakoffs to start things going. Just a nice cue ball. There's a red open to the right middle. But boy, have these middle pockets been tough. In the senior side of the championship and in this open championship. I made a bold prediction yesterday that potentially these middle pockets might have an effect in the final. This is an interesting case here. I wonder how that black is. To that red that just by where his bridge hand is. Sometimes as you have that easy red that, well, he's cleared up now. Yeah, his grimacing is not on the right side of the blue. But at times, sometimes when you have a rather easy blue, it's sometimes more imperative to take a trickier red on. Maybe, not extremely difficult red, but a red that you get most of the time and puts you on a color. You know you always have that saving grace of that really easy red just in case you get out of position. Yes, Snooker Shed, I'd have to say that these two Rasson tables that they've put in here in this room recently are pretty quick, and the pockets are pretty tight. Some other tables in the room might be a bit generous, as they do have rows of 3 tables. There's a row with all the pool tables, then one row with some snooker tables, and another row. And in the middle of the room, which we are in, that has the membership table, so that's where you find the Rassons and the bit more challenging tables. Both players have had their issues getting going here, so I think there's going to be a few chances for each in the decider. I'd be surprised if we get down to the colors, as we do many times. So might be a good mantra for these players. As long as I'm in it when we're on the colors, I do have a chance. But Cristiano starting off well. Brazilian composer. So when I get back home, I'm gonna take a look and see what Cristiano does with the music. He's playing quite well with his cue right now. Definitely finding some form in this decider. Wow. That blue was all around that green pocket and just didn't drop. Well, they certainly are tight pockets. Let's see how the American fares at his first chance at the table. Fortunately, the blue's out of commission. That's always a saving grace when you're down in the red. Sometimes you're a bit low, forcing a blind cut into a pocket, and you can always pop up for the blue. But with it being safe, he's going to have to use some pace. And got a nice cannon on that red to hold him into the top end of the table. Unfortunate part is cue ball has really run tight to the cushion. But speaking of that blue, there's a potential. Love to get this back on its spot. And that will happen if it drops into the green pocket. Little raise of the hand there. I think that was intended from the Brazilian. Flukes do happen. It's part of the game. Interesting, just seen this morning on a snooker chat site. The question was proposed. Flukes, do you love them or do you hate them? Put that out to the chat. Let us know how you feel. Let us know where you're tuning in from as well. Also, if you have any comments or questions. It's a land for good debates in that chat. Looks like Cristiano, as much as he's a tall gentleman, he's gonna need some extra lumber here. Just retorting to his case. He's looking around for a little extension. He's got a slight angle on the yellow into its own pocket. It'll take him back down to the table. I'd like to kind of into some red down there. Just didn't find anything. So looks like a little cut on the red to come back down to the bulk area. Looks like it's just enough. That's a very, very thin cut into the tricky middle pockets. That really would test his eyesight there. So. Well, the Brazilian has a 18-point advantage over the American. Nervy decider here. Both players are looking strong in their group. So. Wow. Statements there by Tommy K. Unfortunately, we'd like that to run up a bit more. Give him the angle on the black. Really, that's the only color ball he can hit. And he hasn't taken this blind cut, that's for sure. That would just spell disaster. If he was able to make it, that'd be a phenomenal shot, but there's so much chance to miss, and then he'll be into the red, so. Down the middle pocket. Good recovery. Needs another good red to keep the break going. Maybe those three reds that are just above the black. The one on the left side. Is there a path to the right middle? Plays it with an element of safe. He's not liking it. He didn't like that cannon, just sunk in his stature there. Still difficult going from one side of the table to the other. Yeah, those middle pockets.
Where he's going to go, who he's going to play. Very sure.
Those two reds. One that's closest to his cue ball. I think there's a path to the top left corner through the red and pink. Nice little cannon in. This is a good opportunity for Cristiano. Three ball plant here. That is extremely difficult because there's just little spaces between there. I don't think he's going to entertain it at all. He's probably going to try and cut this red he's closest to. It's tricky going over the blue and red there. The fabric of his shirt touches would be a foul. All fouls are enforced here. With the foul and the miss, it is potential for unlimited, but it is as well for players' ability. I think it's a judgment call. The tough part is, with no referees, the players and the opponents are making the judgment call to put him back. So most of the time, players are probably going to try and get a lot of points on snookers. But when we do get to the colors, if more than 3 snookers are required, it is an automatic concession. It really could be costly for Tommy. Is the thin cut there into the left middle. These reds are beautifully spaced out down table. Both high value colors are on their spots. Brown there as well. Yeah, I guess that red to the left middle, just too thin.
You know, have you seen me play lately? I need all the help I can get, man. It's weird.
Both players trying to go for it, trying to get in. Cristiano does have a red into this left middle. You've seen these middle pockets refuse. See if Tommy retorts with this red in between the pink and black into the right middle. Yeah, it seems like Tommy has definitely figured out these middle pockets. He hasn't struggled that much. Just gotta be mindful of this blue if he wants to take the red in the middle of the table, slide it into the right middle pocket, because black and pink are just prime in their own positions. Trailing in the frame, maybe just concerned a little bit that he didn't want to leave anything for his opponent, so he went more with a safe shot, but he has left a red into the left middle, and it's not to be. Cristiano just can't believe it. Boy, these middle pockets hurt a lot of players on this TV table. Tommy, who's quite proficient. Actually, wasn't successful there, and a little drop of the cue by Andre Roy on the neighboring table. Fortunate no player was on the shot, didn't disturb anyone here. Yeah, there's a good little chance for Tommy to crawl back into the frame. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more cagey affairs today. It's moving day. Some players are battling for their life to stay in the tournament. Something only pretty much take 90% and above shots. I won't even think about an 80% shot. Tommy just refusing this red, either into the left middle or green pocket. Let's push that red safe. He's only trailing by 5 points, and there's still lots of points on the table, so no. Sometimes you gotta grab the frame by the scruff of the neck. You've got to be calculative, aggressive. With those double kiss on those reds, has popped a red out. Good angle on it to take it into the right middle, come down for pink or black. Just a little too close for comfort there for Tommy. In danger of a push shot. Is he talking to Kevin Patrick, who's refereeing many snooker matches? The key with a push shot is listen for it. Always really tough to see, but if you hear that double click, then you know it's a push shot. But can be a bit tough in this very active room here at La Bande de Coin. Just being a little close to that pink made it a little bit more difficult. I think that's why it didn't drop. Potential cross double here, or cut back double for Cristiano. Or triple, or quadruple. Had a lot of pace on that shot. So just 4 points in it, and 43 on the table. That definitely is going to come down to the colors. Yeah, contrast of styles, it feels like Cristiano maybe a slight more aggressive, and Tommy just a little bit more on the safer side. Nice long pot, and he is beautifully on either black or pink. At the angle, he might be able to dig in and come off that top cushion and come down for the red off the pink. Black. He had the idea there. Looked great. Unfortunately hit that horn and shot it out to this position now. Just wasn't fully natural for the double. Just had to cheat it a little bit with a touch of angle. Green and blue, rather safe. Boa tarde, Carlos Alberto. Great to hear you're tuning in from Seven Lake in Brazil. Our fellow countryman, Cristiano Galesi, is leading this frame, but they're both tied in the match. But the winner of this frame will be victorious with a match and frame win. Oh, he's got a result there. That's another shot that Tommy has struggled a little bit. Just overcut it just a bit. Having a few words with himself, but only trailing by 6 points. And Cristiano's in a bit of a bind here. It's always tough when it's not intentional. opponent just kind of flukes into this position. He just had the laps there. He wanted to put him back, but it's ball in hand, so it's not considered a miss. It's considered in and off, considered foul 4. Try a little double with the element of safe with this yellow going into the right middle. How did that blue help him? Just nicely can it into a good pace just to hold it there. He's got Cristiano and a snooker. Looks like a result has happened. Looks like Andre Roy, local player, victorious. That's why you hear some applause in the background. Well done to hit his object ball and not sacrifice some penalty points. Unfortunately, it's put in a really nice potting position for Tommy. But going from yellow to green, be able to pocket the green, he's going to use some Superman powers here. Still not a bad idea, you know. Put the yellow in. You're still at the table. Never known a snooker player to win a match and a frame while sitting. With Tommy electing to go safe. It's kind of a negative shot, I feel. I feel like he could have hit it with pace. You know, if he just rolled it up, trying to get it into the pocket, that would have been the poor shot. Well, maybe his plan worked a little there. Is there a pathway to cut this yellow into the right middle? His plan worked. Tommy's got a game plan and he's sticking to it. Who am I to judge if he wins? Oh, it's a thin snick. Does Tommy fancy this green? Lose a little control of the cue ball with such a thin slice into the left middle. But it will take him down to the brown. Certainly was going for it. Yeah, they're going to need to be using the rest here. Almost time to just let a couple deep breaths, as it looks like Tommy's doing. Compose and just come at this frame. You know, these 9:30 matches are coming to a close. The 11 o'clock matches are going to be getting on the table. Hopefully we're going to be putting Daniel Haloida and Sahil Nair on our TV table. Both those players in the group of death, as we like to call it, as there's so many skilled players there. It's unfortunate that one's got to go home because the top three will move on. Try for that cue ball. Oof. Just after he taken a little 3-point advantage, he's going to lose that and be trailing now by 1 and ball in hand in the D. Blue is obviously very tricky, but I think Tommy should make sure of things. Put that brown in at least. Increase his advantage. Don't blame him for taking it on. Just unfortunate that those middle pockets are pesky. Needs to run. Needs to run. Run, Tommy. Yeah, he's left a long shot here. Cristiano. Cristiano, a player that doesn't refuse these. Got a good attacking nature. All is good there. Gave it a pace, obviously not going to rattle in the jaws at all. He's got the snooker. Obviously, most of the time when you watch the professional game, there's not many things that are on the table except for the balls. But when we don't have referees here, players are instructed to either make a mark with chalk, lay a coin down. In Cristiano's case, he puts his chalk just in case there's a respot for the cue ball after a foul and a miss situation. Once again, back in the snooker. Once again, he gets out again. Solid pot there by Tommy. Always tough, these long pots, the large 6x12 tables. They can be very intimidating. Definitely more to the North American player that doesn't know, is more familiar with the 8-ball game, maybe, you know, locally playing at a tavern. You know, they'll claim to be quite a cueist, accomplished pool player. Like, oh yeah, well, why don't we just come to a snooker table? And their mouths just drop with the expansive real estate. Well, that blue puts us at 46-46. It's coming down to the black. We've gone the distance. Cristiano's just coming over to take a look at the score. It's not handshakes just yet. This is where you got to settle your nerves and trust your technique. Well, it build up to the billing, that's for sure. It's been up and down all around. Both these players doing well in their groups, so match victory imperative to one of these gentlemen to move on. So does he cut it into the green for frame and match? He does, and there it is. Go for this white ball. No, he should be okay. There's handshakes right there. So Tommy Collins, coming from the state of Michigan in America, takes down Cristiano Galesi, the Brazilian, by a scoreline 53-2 in that deciding frame and a match score of 2-1. So we'll step aside for a few short moments and be right back with some great snooker action from this 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. Take care, everybody.
上健身还好吧？是吧？是真的。哦，是。在练球是，看你过来啊，他知道我教他。 这张牌的正球位置好重点。开心，我的小粉丝看有在打球啊！再飛，1 4 7 piece。你剛剛看到你現在學懂怎麼打？學懂怎麼打？没有。不就乱了。他就是因为哪太夜哪个厨师一直谈OK，以前的我还没有跟阿里还没有跟锤生他们两个不停的围着我来走。现在就看阿里以前就是这个，是跟他学那个往走，我们一个山，准备要上线。赢，但是他们呢，经常都是最后我的安排就是这样，他又不高分，要用力去，他要我输给他，我输给他，阿里塔就是这样。你跟他说吧，在美中。我的天，跟他最强，跟他最强，这个人是，就是我的是，正常来讲，这心情是，也是一个大幺47，我猜这因为整个东西拍出来是很快的，或者放在这个也。最小的就是你呢？还是啥玩意？刚好跟我去看，我回头有小自己。不是哦，你就一人5万塊嘛，俾我跟Ever 跟老闆一人5萬塊，誰找你的拼啊？两个星期不一起前，他的意思3个出不上的。那每个人会找你一种缺点出来，3个人一人教我一种打法。我觉得这个兴趣的是看，这个他那个学这个 这个那个写我电工上这个理财经验。2个星期付一起排就行了。我们有100块钱查这个要 OK， 这个再说。你可以在学习里面全部看查工的。医生只能教我怎么打中的。对，他都给3个月。对，是好的。我想他在这去看这个。昨晚上。这个可以带回家。就是他们很久以前的地方，有2个1人份，我不行，不是你还没来，我还没进来，我这是多少？老板2013年老板招到，然后那时候没接触， 如果接球的时候有一个很高的人，知道吗 ？Hannah，不是 Hannah，是 Hannah 的 Hannah 姐真是啊，Hannah 姐不行啊。以前还有一个打球的女的，很高的，真的打球的她的厉害，是吗？对，然后领头啊，比着 share， 就 share 了追了，share 厉害，分手啊，是
Shadow 打
Excuse me. Hi, hi.这个比赛对我来说，什么是他们指数也对我没关系。
双红波。
对，我喜
我
他这一套程序吧。他去的没有的，这个才都不一样。他说很舒服，你看我。对，不是有非不是那什么。处理的时候不一样。不是很强，跟你在关注的时候，他出来都会知道。所以我就拿来不会说，很像主持人。好，听来了，跟两方为这样，
还真的。
62，
哦，不止70多。
加我60。
他打68分，
被刮了，他说他为啥不说？我说了，真他机器人在打错，然后把大怪打死。
对，
说出来，
还打过
这是
眼睛花呀。对。
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. Live here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. David Burney in the booth. Oh boy, is this going to be a great one coming up. Daniel Holoida coming via Poland, taking on Sahil Nair, that lives in the Toronto area. Both these players looking strong in their group. This could decide who's the #1 seed. I think both these players will move on. I think they have one loss to their credit, as Sahil lost last night to Chechen Juan, and Daniel lost his first match. So a lot at stake here. Should be a great one. Glad that you're tuning in. Chat is live on the stream. It's the PABSA YouTube channel. If you've got any comments or questions, let us know. Root for your favorite player. I know there's a strong Polish contingent out there. Mama Holoida is tuning in to see her boy, wishing he does proud. But there's a strong contingent of Sahil supporters. I think it's who is going to make the most of it when they get in. It's the first match of the day for both these players, so this might be a little bit of rust to shake off, but I think once they get the car out of the garage and running, one of these players could be off and make a substantial break. High break so far is a 1-3-2, done on day 1 by Levi Myler of Canada. So will that fall? Those middle pockets. Where's the mechanic? I'm pretty sure his phone's going to be ringing off the hook with all these players begging him to just maybe squeeze open these middle pockets just a fraction of an inch. Both players have been on this table, so they're fully aware of the pitfalls of those middle pockets. Looks like a good opportunity for Daniel. Yeah, what separates sometimes these players is they get in, they're able to clip off reds with high value colors, and then they get to a point in the break that really can start to develop other reds. Good to know, Kaza. I don't know. Mama Holoida, how's that? Doesn't sound too bad either. But very admirable of you, as much as you have a probably strong bias over, obviously, towards Daniel as he's your son. You're wishing both players good luck. Very admirable. So our players and fans have great sportsmanship. Just wanted the best player to win. Yeah, I hope this match just comes down to ability. Both players are highly proficient. Let the best player win. Don't want some silly fluke to spoil it. So loose red on the bottom of that pack of 5. It's got a good angle to come into the pack of 4 reds here to open it up. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lapse with the players. They just get focused on it, not realizing that they are responsible for keeping score. So that score is definitely not 1-0 right now. Just like that, he's broken down. So Sahil let Daniel know what his break was, but he should have been marking the score there, as us and the audience like to see how the scoreline is going, just so we're aware. See, now they're having a little discussion about it. It is a learning curve to get to know these tablets, so it's very fresh for a lot of these players. But Sahil, coming from Ontario, playing in a lot of the OBSA events, should be aware of these tablets. And our good friend Rob Richards does some great streaming over there. So the counter attack here for Sahil. Maybe just thought about his right after that black, just a little lap in concentration. And Daniel just pops up very quickly. Thought he might have been sitting for a little bit longer. Yeah, Daniel was playing on one of the outside non-members tables. So I had a little concern about the conditions, as he was saying. Just the cue ball was bouncing around. Potentially that's why maybe he had lost that first match. He went far in Rio, but is looking to go even further this year in Saint Lambert, Quebec. Just let me know that there is a great scene for snooker in Poland. He's able to get on the tour. Definitely just inspire more and more Polish people. Pull a few Polish referees on the Pro Tour. So good to see that mainland Europe producing some good snooker as well. They produced the 2023 world champion Luca Bissell, coming by the way of Belgium. Daniel definitely looking control in this frame. $63 in it. There's 51 on the table. Apologies with that blue, made it a 68 advantage. Obviously he needs more than 3 snookers, but we're not at the reds just yet. That's a great confidence booster there. Nice double in there. Nicely on the black. Always the potential of a free ball when you get down to that final red. See, he'll no trouble with the doubles, that's for sure. So 52 in it and 35 on the table. But up here in the bulk area, there's definitely some good walls to get behind. Well, he's left a little bit of a chance. Wouldn't be surprised if Daniel doesn't refuse it. Just want to get this frame done and dusted. And that's a concession there. So Daniel Holla looking very impressive in that first frame. But Sahil Nair, no slouch. I'm pretty sure he'll come out guns a-blazing when we return for frame 2 of this round-robin match. And Daniel Holla breaking off to get us going in frame 2. Pretty much textbook break there. Not many reds out. So he'll just going to clip off the left side and come safely back into bulk. We're a little pacey there. Definitely have to be careful. An in-off is definitely was leering its head there. So Hill's just got a difficult pathway to come back to bulk. Red's a little open up. Just allowing Daniel to take a look at it. Just in case the Red needs to come back, and that's a great shot there. Acknowledged by his opponent with a tap on the table. He's left a tempter for Sahil into the top right corner. It's there, but his colors just come up sour. I'm gonna clip off the black and get deep into bulk. He's left a long red for Daniel at that top right. He could just stun it right there and maybe hold for the pink into the left middle. Would be some shot. the containing safety there. It's a thin cut for that red to the right middle. Looks like Daniel does have the path for it. This is dangerous. He hit it at least in the fashion that he wasn't going to leave it. Great sight there to find that red into the top right. Now Sahil playing aggressive. Is there a little angle on this yellow just to come down a little bit, give him a chance on this red to the right middle? Does he just roll up? Is he trailing by a frame? Daniel just needed one more for the match victory. Very nicely done. It's tough bridging because he had his hand in the pocket there. Let's see if it's now Sahil's turn to put together a high break. His opponent definitely was firing on all cylinders in that first frame. The black is rather tied up. Blue's high up near the balk line. Still couldn't really put a huge break together, but has the lead in the frame. 12-0. Great area up here in the bulk area. Daniel's looking to get there's no little clip on the left side of the table. So he'll have a bit of bother here. Uh-oh. Daniel's got to be like as excited as a kid in a candy store. He's got an opportunity. Has to calm his nerves when he's down on the shot. Yeah, that one just thought about it a little bit. It's so difficult when you get those defensive battles, playing safety. Sometimes when the opportunity arises to take a pot on, your potting ability tends to leave you. But this is becoming a great opportunity. Those middle pockets. And you're just looking at the table. Maybe drafting a letter to Rass on after this, but they're just tough. They're tight. You just got to be that accurate. The game was really easy. Why we play? We like a challenge. Just clip off the. I was looking for the yellow yellow. I thought I might clip out the brown, play a bit of a defensive shot. But he's using the yellow to bring him over and also get in a blocker with the blue. Unfortunately, there is a red. It's hittable, and it looks like it is potable. A tricky pot, though. The man from Poland gave it all its chances there. It was tricky, and he was pretty close. Just, once again, these are tight, tight pockets. Small 16-8 advantage for Sahil in this second frame. It's a best-of-3 match. A frame he definitely needs to put us into a decider. It's as much as match wins. Ooh. Don't know if this is going to come back. Yeah, good opportunity for Daniel. Yeah, going back to the format of the tournament, match wins obviously are paramount importance, but those little extra frame wins can be maybe the make or break if you move on. Do look at cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. Under the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship tab, you'll see the results, see where your favorite player stands in the group stage, and the live scoring, as all the tables are active here, and they're all equipped with tablets, and all the players are instructed to put in their scores, so all of you at home can be updated. Guys, I completely agree. Kaza or Kasia? You know, I gotta get over to Poland. I gotta work on my Polish accent, as Daniel's teaching me a little bit, but someday I'd like to head over to there. And hopefully you guys in Warsaw don't live too far away from Łódź, because I hear there's great factories to photograph over there. So again, I really always marvel looking at the different techniques. It's nice watching Daniel pretty much like puts out the cue in his line of what he wants to shoot and just walks into it. A lot of these reds aren't going too great down towards the top cushion. Sure if that red goes to the left middle after this pink that's just above the black. Now that pink not going in is going to stop a lot of those reds to find the bottom of that top left corner pocket. Oh, just unfortunate that white has gone down. So tough to watch as there's nothing you can do. As slowly the cue ball comes inch by inch and then finally finds the bottom of the pocket. A real easy starter here for Sahil. I think there's a bit of an opening here for that red that's close to that corner pocket. It does go. He'll just coming down to take a look. Probably just holding for the shape. We need to hit that pacey. Definitely giving Aloyda a chance into right middle. All those middle pockets, but he's left a thin cut into the left middle for Sahil. See if he's figured out these pesky middle pockets. They are smart players, great tacticians of the game, great scorers, but these middle pockets are giving both these players some headaches. It looks like he's figured out a little bit here. Maybe in a friendly with a friend, you're taking on that pink. But we're in the group stage of a prestigious PABSA Snooker Championship. I don't think you're going to enjoy taking on that pink. It's quite clever, actually. I think he's blocked the path for the double for Sahil. Maybe he's got the triple. Sahil quite proficient in doubles. Oh my lord. Disastrous. Yeah. You can see Daniel smiling. He's not smiling with happiness. Can't believe that cue ball found the pocket. So Daniel just with an 11-point lead. It's been a lot closer in this second frame. One that Sahil definitely needs to continue the match and give him a chance of winning the match. Yellow and brown pretty safe, so. Daniel can breathe a little bit knowing that his opponent needs to do some work. Yeah, we'd like a little bit more pace behind that brown, but he's put a nice, safe red ball tight against the top cushion. Jason Williams, past Canadian national champion, has just entered the room. His eyes are fixed on this match as these are two players that are in his group. Thin chance here. Daniel can slice this into the green pocket. Being up a frame. See him taking it on. Yeah, gave it a shot, and the result is a snooker. Should be an easy escape for Sahil. Question is, where is cue ball and object ball going to land? And that's nice and safe. Have a shot to nothing here. This red past the pink into the top left. Get the cue ball coming off a couple cushions back down to the bulk area. There. No, he's gonna have to come cushion first, maybe clip it if he wants to put it in the pocket. He hit it, but he might have left it. This looks on for the pole. Saving grace for Sahil. This yellow is tight to the cushion. Tough shot to kind of develop it. He was looking at black on that last shot, but cutback double could be here for young Daniel. Tough with that yellow ball near the pink. The white cannon's in the pink. It's going to deaden the pace of it. So 15 in it and 25 on the table. Daniel just needs green and brown to capture this frame and match. So he'll definitely needs to dig in. That ran too far. That's quite a wall. That's a thin pathway through there. Don't think he's going to be going through pink and black there. Very dangerous. I agree, Mama Holoida. This is great standard here. See, just a little bothered. Maybe just cue stick a little bit sticky. Just grabbing his towel just to wipe it down, just to make sure he gets a solid glide through. Again, those middle pockets. This is no get me right here. Bridge hand on the cushion. Trying to safe and double kiss. It's time for some double trouble from Sahil. He's quite proficient in these shots. Saw in the first frame. Yeah, it's seeming like all about this brown. Blue, pink and black out in the open. A lot of distance to travel to get all those balls, but miss from Daniel there. Sahil just taking a look. Curious if he's going to put him back or not. Just wants to update the scores. It will be 41-35, or 31, I should say. And that will be coming back, so. Daniel shouldn't miss this on the second go. Both players confirm that the spot is accurate. Let's play on. Ooh, that might be the mistake that Daniel needs. Gonna cue over the pink and the blue, so it's not the easiest of shots. And they get a lot harder when you get closer to the end of the frame. He's close. He knows that the potential frame and match win. It's all in his hands. Cannons into the black. Didn't want that. Blue is his frame ball. I don't see him taking on the pot. I think coming off a couple of cushions, maybe trying to get behind the pink. Double kiss, but I think he's fortunate enough. He's taking away the potting angle, but Daniel could come cushion first. Fire the blue ball down table. Estevam. I will take a look into that. I didn't know about the option about pausing, resuming, rewinding, and replaying. I'll have to talk to our streaming producer, Lewis, when he arrives in the room. He just had some work commitments this morning. blue and pink. Before he just needed the blue. Thanks for chiming in, Lewis. Just going to look at the potentials of pausing and replay. I did check a little bit on the stream that I have, that I'm able to engage with you guys in the chat. And yeah, you can pause it, but the only problem is when you unpause it, it jumps right to the live position. I'm trying to get them to put pro matches on demand. Looks like we've got a yearning for the amateur game as well to be on demand. So we know some people might be working today. This is an exciting match. Well, he's left that for Sahil. It's a thin one. He's going to lose control of the cue ball, but it does go. Just a little bit bothered, obviously, as he's cueing over the pink. Well, he's fortunate, just comes by the black. Danger of going right behind it. Needs pink and black to put us into a decider. Oh, it's not there. Needs to pull up a bit. Oh, let's let Daniel a chance. He baited him into it. Daniel as well needs pink and black. Oh, just. But he's a bit fortunate. No. He's left it on. Obviously a bit easier if you're a left-hander. Need to use the rest, so potential of this going wrong. Sahil, proficient player, knows that you must be aptly skilled with the rest. Just what pressure can do. It's a best of 3 round robin match, but you could almost feel this has the tension of a final. Two great competitors here. Always come out nicely for this black. How are your nerves, Poland? Daniel Holla for this black for frame and match. Oh, and it's there. What a match that was. That easily could have gone to a decider. But Daniel Holla from Poland takes it by a scoreline of 2 frames to none over Sahil Nader. Well, I think both strong players. Both are in a tough group, but I think they'll probably both be moving on. Definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com to see where all the results and all your favorite players fare. We're going to step aside for a few short minutes to set up our next match, an all-Canadian battle with Levi Myler taking on Ramin Haderi. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back with some great action at this 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship.
开个红酒。他喜欢听。害怕 A 波那种。哦。那么我打算就是什么？就是篮球现在不是的，他要写他得先2-0给那个人的没有意思。那反正想分。好，这是。他这样可以这样带。销。好，其实是对我的。我们我说他。所以他这不。就是比较主动的特别好，你看吗？后面。这边是。那他对他属于。我说我们这边也不是诉求给我。下台那个没来过。节目。他不是那个。他这个。对，那个阿克有才，而且还是。这很正常。是啊，他要输几千呢？要输几千块啊！中国人不买中国人。谁是为什么？23。谁啊？他们出来了。开啦，他们就跑了。看我们其实都是还在打。 哦，他们两个还有一个
对啊，哦不是，唯一2点还有一打那个不然生活。
当时不去西公司吗？我们
对，
老板是你俩，还有一点。
这是
I'm still in.
Yeah,
So
okay.
good luck.
我就不是可以吗？
很好喝。
他说什么？
这个有点那个。大成以后，那个主持人，他都是只要我从这个，
那你得跟他说，这得他现在一个撒六和这分位，还学了点你这么厉害的面前掌握在他手
在我现在很少。
对，打六刚过来说，如果他打一个这分位，他就能这个16强。
说这是也会纠正。
对。
哦，那你准备认真研究的赢数学的话，我人比较很复杂。
那你看谁过来贿赂你？
反正跟你没关系。
谁过来把你那？
我看开球的时候。我真的是谁呀？跟我说你只能认真打，
对，
没办法。但是如果是其他人的话，可能会说你要就是
对，
就是他可能也希望。
啊，你还讲这他Deze voor van mij over wij voor. Ja, ik kan goed niet.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship, Day 3, live here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. We got an all-Canadian battle here. Levi Myler, who currently holds the high run of the tournament at 1-3-2, taking on Ramin Haderi from the Calgary area. It's David Burney in the booth. Levi is broken off, and we're underway. Ramin bringing some flash to the table. Probably the only player that's channeling the Canadian great Kirk Stevens, wearing the all-white suit. Ramin actually is running a tournament out in Calgary early on in 2005. If you have any details for that, you can reach out to me or Ramin. I'm not sure if he's posted it anywhere online. You might be able to find it on the Calgary pool scene on Facebook. He's done some postering up there. It's a bit of a fluke, but unfortunately for Levi, no real color is on. Looks like Levi is freshly shaven. He was growing a little stubble, maybe working on his... Over in Canada they have playoff beards. Obviously far away from the playoffs as the NHL has just commenced. Didn't know if Levi had a superstition and just kept growing his Snooker PABSA championship beard. Ramin is popped out of red. Top right and black is available. Levi just enjoying the opportunity, but put some pace to that. Not sure if he really needed that much. So, a few reds to choose from for Ramin here. His black is open, obviously. If he has the angle to stun down for the black into the same pocket here. Or maybe there's a path with that black into the top left. It's tough to tell right on a glance from our TV monitors. It looks like that red blocks the path. Glad that you're all tuning in on the PABSA YouTube channel. Feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions or just stopping by to say hello, we appreciate it all. It's moving day. We're going to find out who's going to be in the knockout round. And time permitted, if the round robin matches don't go too long today, we will attempt to get the first round of the knockout phase done, leading up to groups of 2 matches tomorrow, leading up to a semi-final and final on Championship, also known as Turkey Sunday here in Canada. As it's Thanksgiving weekend, there's a lot of traffic out there around us. That's why we had a little bit of a late start. Some players were stuck in some severe traffic jams. Right now, Ramin is not jamming up. He's in and he's looking well. Great to hear from Opile. Some great work here at Lebendecoin. The staff has been tremendous, extremely friendly and patient a little bit, as a lot of people have come from far away, some down in Brazil, some American friends, myself all the way out in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. So Le Français, as our great friends here are predominantly known to speak, have been patient with the English-speaking contingent of the tournament. That's actually quite a funny anecdote, talking to Andy McCluskey. who's just been named the U.S. coach, national coach. He was expecting little pockets here and there in the province of Quebec. Didn't realize that it was going to be provincial wide. I had to inform him that, well, you know, you might be able to get away with English in Montreal, a few of the surrounding areas, but once you get into rural Quebec, even Quebec City or Trois-Rivières, you're going to have to dust off the old French and try to parlay a little bit. Remen would like to get that red away from that top left corner pocket, open it up a little bit. A little saving grace if he runs too far out of position.
Okay, look, if we don't know
Au revoir, Opele. Not sure if you're working tonight at Le Bain de Coin, but we'll miss you if you aren't. Ramin just going into his cue case, just getting some extra tackle for his cue. All the players now have all the contraptions in their case. Some obviously may not have the screw-in telescopic extension, as we can see with Ramin's cue here. He's got the suction cup telescopic extension. Always the best to get those extensions for your cue. You know, obviously most rooms still are equipped with long rests and long cues, but it's always good to use your own cue. That's what you predominantly shoot with, so you have a feel for it. Tried the plant and it just did not get seated well. So is this an opportunity for Levi to counterattack, put together a healthy contribution? Definitely nice. As black is available. Can get a few points here. Reds are spaced out, but they're definitely lurking to go into the middle pockets, and we know how dangerous they've been on this television table. This corner pocket's equally as tough. Just Levi just might have got ahead of himself there. It's strange what pressure can do. As much as you don't think it's there, it just creeps its head in when you're playing in these prestigious tournaments. Definitely in the quick races of a best of three. You don't want to lose that first frame. You're definitely thrown onto the back foot. Makes every mistake magnified. There's quite an area with the yellow and black over there. Just keeping an eye on that. It's quite a nice safety area. If it stays like that, the player needs to run and hide. Obviously, Raman is not going to be thinking about that right now. Levi's been given a chance. Tricky red to get things going. Looks like it might slide down for the top left. We can forget that landing area. The yellow and black, Levi's opened that up, but this cue ball deep into the bulk area. Seems like all these pockets on these tables has a yellow ball squirted over. And Levi just had to hand it and pass it off to Presley Backus, head of the OBSA. Seen that a few times in some of these Rasson tables that balls just are squirting out of the bottom. Yeah, got a nice red into the middle, but then the yellow just didn't want to find home in the bottom of the pocket. Still 24-point advantage for Remen over Levi, but lots of reds on the table. Still in the early stages of this match. Important first frame. The odd number ones really are. Ooh, that's not going to help Levi's cause. Looks like he's got a path for this pink into the left middle. And if he can just run through a little bit, he'll be on that red. It's near the cue ball after this pink. So it's the first time that Remen's been on this table. I believe Levi has played on this table. Now it's just the opportunity that Levi is wanting to get himself into this frame and match. Trailing by 23 points, but lots of reds out in the open. The fortunate part is that he's got a few bulk colors down in the business end, and they'll be coming back to the bulk end soon enough. Pink and black, relatively safe, but does have a safe haven with the blue on its spot. Well, decent 27 break has really brought Levi back into the frame, but that miss is just Been a nice opening for Ramin to put this final red into the left middle. Just got a little high on the blue. Wanted to be a little bit lower to give him a good angle to come up for the yellow. Because after his color here, we'll be on to the colored balls. And when we arrive at that case, colors must be potted in order, starting with the yellow, carrying on to the green, brown, blue, pink, and black, if needed. Well, that's a fantastic double there. More often seen doubles go into the middle pockets rather than the corners. I definitely was playing that with an element of safe as this cue ball has traveled deep into the bulk area. Brown has not cut off the potting angle, so let's see if Ramin takes this green on. He does. Oh my, has he fluked it? Ooh. Levi needs the pink all the way up there. Good angle to come off cushion for the blue with this brown. Like to be a little bit below it there. Always tough when you have to run up and down table for your next desired ball. Just missed the breakout. Thin, tough cut to the right middle. Oh, but it's got a lot of danger there. Just needs the pink, and the frame is his. So he's maybe putting all his ducks in one basket. Got a little saving grace there that the black is relatively safe, but just 2 points in it and 13 on the table. Levi needs pink. Ramin needs pink and black to take this first frame. Very nicely shot, pace judged to perfection. He's just put Ramin tight to that top cushion. Oh, what a cut there by Levi, and that's not going to find the puck with the cue balls. So Levi Myler takes this first frame by a scoreline of 47-39. We'll be right back with frame 2, one that Ramin definitely needs to win to push us into a potential decider. And we're off and running in this second frame. Ramin breaking off. It's kicked open a red for Levi. It's probably these two tables. They've got two Rassons. Probably the toughest tables in the room. Yeah, at the conclusion of this match, I'm just going to step aside for a little lunch break. But we definitely will have a match up here. It just might not have commentary, but the scoreboard will be live. I'm not sure who that match will be between, but I'm pretty sure it will be a wonderful sight to see here at the PABSA Open Snooker Championship of 2024. Levi's left, Ramin. A little dangerous snooker. The one benefit, many reds on the table. But the big thing is here, obviously Levi, a great potter, does have the high run of the tournament so far at 132. So Ramin definitely aware of that, so doesn't want to give an easy starter. Just taking a look. Sometimes when you're in the snookers, you got the debate. You've got 4 points, but if you can make some more points than the 4, if your opponent fouls again, sometimes advantageous not to put them back in. Looks like that was a hit. Unfortunate part is it's left a red on. This is like a chance for Levi. It's got a nice red on the left side of the pack. You just stun into it, come down for another black. Oh. He was dreaming of that black before that red could find the bottom of the pocket. So often than not. 2 parts to every shot. Look at your ball in the bottom of the pocket, but always wanting to get position on that color ball. Nice to hear that Arsalan Yami is in the house. Well, in the cyber house, shall we say. He's tuning into the stream. Hope you're enjoying all the action here. AJ from the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. Cheering on his homeboy, Ramin here. He's up against it. He's down a frame in these best of 3 matches. Down in the second frame. Ramin definitely needs. Force a decider. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you, AJ, at Ramin's tournament that he's going to be doing, I believe, at the end of January into February. Yes, Fabino is definitely a phenomenal player, Pizza Pava. We're just giving you in the round robin, give a few players some chances. Some have traveled quite far. We do know that Fabino has definitely traveled far from Brazil. But listen, the player at the table right now, it's not Jimmy White, or Kirk Stevens, I should say. Kirk Stevens and Jimmy White had a great match way back in 1984 at the Benson and Hedges Masters semifinal. If you can find that whole match when Kirk Stevens had his 147, that was a feast for the eyes. Both of those guys are potting it off the lampshades. But no, Ramin is all the way from Calgary, so it's quite a distance to travel. So we're just giving a chance for some of his fan base, as we have AJ in the chat. And AJ, if you had any information about that great Calgary tournament, please share it with everybody on the stream. There's a link for players to sign up. So I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing some more of Fabino. We got a great tasting of him in the seniors event. First player to get a century in the tournament this week on the senior side, 103 in his quarterfinal match. But then the man at the table right here has the high run of the Open Championship with a 1-3-2. I'm pretty sure when we get into the knockout phase, I'm pretty sure Fabino will be there. Be quite surprised if he's not. And when he is there, he'll probably find his way onto the TV screens. We do have an additional, well, it looks like our friends from Brazil, Vitória Santos and Januaro, they're either recording or streaming Fabiano's match. I see them working their cameras, and I'm seeing Fabino at the table. So maybe see what the CBBS is up to. That's the governing body down in Brazil. Silverman slowly crawling back into this frame. He's left a long red on for Levi. Not sure if Levi is going to make it out for the Calgary event. Him and his lady friend Anita Chan, they're quite staples at a lot of snooker events in this country. We travel around a lot, play this great game. It's great to see them at the Embassy Open about a month ago at Stephen Wong's club. Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel will be there in a month's time for the U.S. Nationals. It's going to be a fun event. We'll see if reigning champ Darren Taylor can retain his crown or there will be a new champion. Always a strong field down there. It's always great to see in America as a country that hasn't really had a history of the game of snooker. They're pretty much creating the history books right now. And Steven and Mike Dominguez down at Ox Billiards in Seattle, they're both doing great work just to expose everybody down south what the game's all about and how once you start playing, once you start getting hooked on this game, it's tough to let you go. As well with friends as well. There's a lot of people here that I haven't met. They might have heard of me because I do a little bit of snooker action out in the British Columbia area, especially around Vancouver. So now I can put some they can put a face to the man. But as well, when you get a friend in snooker, you get a friend for life. I've seen a lot of our great friends from Brazil when we were down in Rio last year. You know, big smiles and hugs as we entered the arena. Oh, not arena, the room here at Le Ban de Coin. That's great to hear, AJ. That Calgary tournament gonna bring in a lot of great players. Hopefully, maybe we can get many from all over. But it's tough in our country, definitely in this continent, North America. People have to travel a great distance. There's on the pro circuit. It is still pretty British-centric. They are creating more and more events in China and trying to obviously expand, but it's time and money and resources. But most of the time, the Alexandra Palace, the Ali Pali where the Masters is held, and where the World Championships are held in Sheffield. Both are in England, and probably both are about maybe a 2.5, 3 hour train ride away. So that'd probably be the same on car, maybe a 2 hour drive. Whereas pretty much anywhere in Canada, a 2 hour drive, you're still in the same province. And usually there's just these small hotbeds of snooker in the more populated areas. Yeah, snooker's pretty niche. It kind of goes under the radar. It's not one of the big four sports that are here in North America. Well, it's great to hear AJ looking to open up a little room, putting up one table just for him and his buddies. Hey, baby steps, start small. You know, these tables take up a lot of space. They do have a price tag to them. Obviously setting up as well. Mechanics aren't cheap. Cloth isn't cheap. Tables aren't cheap. But once you made the purchase, and if you maintain proper upkeep, you'll have these tables for life. As back in Vancouver, there is a beautiful Oxford table, I think built in the 1890s, that hangs out at the North Van Fire Department. Now, obviously, they don't use it. They kind of use it for storage, putting stuff on it. I was able to see it a few years back. Cloth and rubbers need some work, but I have told them, if this table's ever to move, please ring me up, because I will definitely find a wonderful home for it. Probably not mine, because real estate is invaluable. Pretty pricey in Vancouver. Well, AJ, that's a good thing to let know Ramin about your room, that your table will be up and running in a month, and it's only by appointment, because I'm pretty sure it'll get quite busy as it gets closer to that Calgary Championship. Also aware that in Calgary, Legion number 1, I believe, still has 8 snooker tables. Those tables, obviously, I've heard, need a lot of TLC. But hopefully, maybe, I don't know, someone can go over there and just lend out the glad hand. I was fortunate enough to talk to the people over at the Royal Canadian Legion number 1 in Calgary, and they were willing to help. And these tournaments, definitely Laban de Coin is reaping the benefits here. They've got exposure on a global stage, so that's going to get people out of nowhere to just come in. And it's tucked in this kind of quiet little neighborhood of Saint Lambert, so a lot of people have found out about the club that didn't even know it existed, that live around here. And as well, with an active bar and restaurant, a lot of us, you know, have found food and drink here because you can't leave. So always a win-win situation all around. This frame is definitely looking more promising for Levi as more and more reds go down in his favor. This red is blocking the path for that blue to go into the green pocket, as he'd love to put that. Getting on the last red is a lot easier with the blue, but if the path isn't there, it's not there. So 41 points in it with 35 on the table. Ramin is in the snooker's required stage, so he needs to bring up some tactical work, but pink is not a bad position. Always potential of a free ball with that last red on the table. But nice, the family colors, the or Bulk Colors as we call them. Marianne McConnell, great female player. I really enjoyed her little comment when I was having some fun with her in Seattle at the Women's U.S. Open. She nicknamed the green, brown, and yellow the family. Like, how so? I was like, well, they just kind of hang out together, enjoy the company of each other, not spaced out like the blue and the pink and the black. So it's a nice long pot there by Ronan, but it's trailing by 40 points. Black's in definitely a really tough position, tight to that top cushion. So he's given Levi a chance. This yellow is popped open. And still in this tournament, if more than 3 snookers are required and they're on the colors, it is an automatic concession. Levi definitely one of the more animated players off the table. Just threw me a funny little glare. But definitely when he gets down on the table, he's all serious. This blue and pink is a dangerous area over there. Surprised maybe this is the chance for Ramin to exploit it and get his cue ball over there and tie up Levi. So there's only, well, actually, not sure if they're aware of the concession rule. It was there in the seniors. Ramin didn't play in the seniors, but Levi did. I think he just looks at the score, you know, there's 25 on the table, that's going to add 40, and then that leaves 13 the difference. So that's more than 3 snookers. Obviously someone might argue the point, well, is it 4-point snookers or 5-point? But most of the time it's 4 points, so. So I think Ramin just talking to Levi, they're having a discussion about this, looking at the score, doing a little bit of arithmetic. So there it is, handshakes. The math lessons come in. It's not long division or any kind of exponent work, it's just addition that they have to deal with. But that's a conclusion of this match as Levi whitewashes Ramin Haderi 2 frames to none. Fortunately for the man from Calgary that he is defeated, but Ramin's doing a wonderful job out there in Calgary, really exposing everybody to the game and just passionate about the game, wanting it to excel and get to a high level. So looking forward to seeing him in Calgary for his great event. Look online, hopefully on the Calgary pool scene on Facebook. He's got some details, and maybe wherever you find your source for snooker tournaments. So we're going to just step aside. We're going to get another match going here, but I'm going to step aside for a well-needed lunch. And I hope you guys enjoy the next match. I might come in mid-match if I finish my lunch early. If not, we'll see you definitely on another one because it's moving day here. We're going to create the knockout round and probably have the first batch of matches in that. But hope you're enjoying all this action here at Le Bain de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. It's the 2024 PABSA Open Snooker Championship. We'll see you soon, everybody.
Ouais. C'est un peu plus comme un jeu. Je vois que c'est c'est de quoi? Piastres pour 50. Là, qui est vendre pour le 100. C'est easy. Moi, c'est parce que je mets à tout le bois dans le deux, ouais. Faut que je mette pas ça le temps. Elle est passée 10. Et puis, je vois. Il devra. Mais quelques fois, là, je m'en commande encore un autre 50. Là, là j'ai deux autres des boîtes de 50. Pourquoi j'arrive des boîtes de 50? Des boîtes de 50. Ah, c'est pas toi, parce que ta série, c'est des fois, on en prend un peu, on va le. Quand tu vois qu'ils vendent, ben, tu vois qu'ils vendent l'eau. C'est quoi? J'ose pas le faire. C'est sûr, donc, c'est quand chez Caravan. C'est là, c'est là, c'est là, faut dire, c'est même aussi un, ça fait gymnastique, et puis voilà. C'est quelque chose. Je prends bien parce que Oh, tu sais, je sais. Soit qu'il faut être sûr. Ça aller à la demande. Oh, ouais. C'est pas de plus dans la qu'est-ce qu'on a. Ah, ça. C'est ça. Mais il faut que c'est ça. C'est ça. Let's get a boy.
C'est moi qui ai pris ça. Bon, c'est 60. Ouais, ben. On a tous cette problème. Ah, ben le bon, le bon. C'est pas beau, tout. Ça veut dire que c'était. Ouais, là, on va développer je ce qui est ouais, vous êtes toujours bien avec. J'ai eu une occasion de choisir. Non, il y avait mon ami qui avait dit. C'est fou. Ah, toi. Non, mais c'est impossible de l'après-midi. C'est sûr que, ouais, il y en a 15 de moins que l'autre. C'est ça. That's nice. Bon, comme ça, tu vois. Oui, c'est bon, c'est une fois, t'as fait qu'est-ce que tu m'as carte? Oui, les gars, oui. Merci beaucoup. C'est fini les deux fois. Sorry. Non, mais pas Valentin, il fait de beaucoup. Je travaille pour le. C'est là. On n'est pas bien sorti. Non, c'est pas bon. C'est pas moi qui s'est fait la même aussi. Non, elle a mon sang. Non, c'est fait. Elle ne connaît pas de tir. Bonjour.
Ça va, ici?
Oui.
Ah, ça.
On va aller là-bas. Pizza, avec. Vous avez passé de l'énergie.
一个人。